Hello. Hi, everybody. Sorry for the wait. I spaced out. If I'm being totally honest, I was just sitting here. And then I realized, oh my God, I think my stream was supposed to start a couple minutes ago, and here we are. So, that's it. That's life, I guess. Ka-chow. Yeah, just spacing out, just vibing to the jams. It's my last stream before we hop on a plane. I'm trying not to stressy. It's hard not to stressy when it's going to be you and a small child, and that's it. But fortunately, my kid has been on a lot of planes now. So well, unless like time zone wise it gets a little fakakkled for you, which it will, but I'll be streaming nighttime in Pacific time zone. So if that works for you, I'll still be streaming. Just in the evening. So one more sleep. Yeah. Clark made a packing list today. It had things on there like her phonics poster and Big Teddy, quote unquote, who is the teddy bear that is bigger than me. Both of those things, I was like, I don't know if we can pack those. She was like, don't worry, I'll figure it out. And I was like, okay. So it's PST, Pacific Time Zone. It's GMT is 8 hours ahead. So Big Teddy probably compresses really well. I would disagree. But that's okay. Pay for an additional seat. Sure. Let's put a big tag on Teddy and just toss him in with all the luggage. He'll be fine. Yeah, she was like, he can go in your suitcase. I was like, my suitcase? With all my clothes and electronics in it? She was like, yeah, he'll fit. I was like, okay. I'll make you a deal, kiddo. You can put whatever you want on this list. But the things that we actually need for the trip are the things we're putting in our suitcase, okay? And if things like Big Teddy don't fit, we're going to have to bring Little Teddy, okay? Send him in a package by post. Not worth it. Really, really, really not worth it. We got her one of those suitcases that you can ride on as a little kid. Oh my God. She does so bad in queues. Really badly in queues when at the airport when we have to just stand for a really long time. And there's a type of suitcase called a trunkie, and they're just little kid suitcases, but they're shaped so that they can just like sit and ride on them. So you can just like basically wheel them around the queue. Great. So I'll give you guys the full review on how we feel about it in case you also have a gremlin that you have in line sometimes. Is there an adult version? Probably. You'd still need someone to roll you is the thing. Although I guess if your feet reach the ground, you can just push yourself, right? Not bad. a coffee coming to me. So I need my phone out. Just reminded myself. But yeah, I think we're good to go. We're pretty much good to go. I was in town for my driver theory test. Afterwards, I tripped, fell, and stumbled through Waterstones and accidentally picked up Myrtle. It's great. I'm so glad. I put Myrtle on my list, on my packing list. And she put an S at the end, and I was like, we only have one Myrtle book, honey. And she was like, but there might be other books you want. And I said, but then they wouldn't be called Myrtle, honey. We could have just written books. She was like, no, Myrtles. I was like, okay. There's a huge difference between like a normal English queue and the, 4+ queues you have to get in order to get on a plane, an international flight. So, yeah, the day-to-day queues, fine. Okay, we're in this queue, and now we're in this queue, and now we're in the security queue. The first part, and now we're in the second part of the security queue, and once we get off the plane, we get to stand in the passport queue. Here's what is nice about having a little kid is most places have a separate line that they send you down if you have a little kid. They're like, please get them out of here. I'm begging you. We don't want little kids here either. This way, ma'am. It's great. Yeah, it's great. It's basically like, here's the line for these types of passports. Here's the line for these types of passports. And then here's the line for children. There's just a totally separate line that they put you in. It's great. But, sometimes you show up with a bunch of other planes and it turns out that there are a lot of people with children. So it still winds up being a long queue, but like, not as long as it would be. So I can't complain. Clark, though, Clark can complain. Clark complains a lot. So, so Trunky, hopefully will help a lot. Good luck. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Yeah, you reach a point, I think, where you have to be like, there are gonna be people that just hate kids. There are gonna be people around. I chose to bring a small human into this world or to take care of a small child and be their primary grown-up, and so I have to deal with the other adults of the world that hate children and get annoyed easily by children, and that's fine. Most of the time, deal with the adults that hate children means ignore them. I'm sorry. If you're somebody who's like, I really have a low tolerance for kids, I totally get it. But like, as the parent in the situation, I can't give a fuck about you. I'm sorry. If my kid is having a meltdown or something, my priority is like helping my kid regulate and calm down and feel better. And I don't care that you're annoyed. You have to choose, right? I have to care. I can't care about you as well. I just can't. So yeah, sometimes if you're on a plane and you hate kids, you're going to be really annoyed. And unfortunately that's just how bring headphones, dude. How do you choose gifts for kids of a similar age and taste? I'm trying to figure out what gifts are great for two siblings without getting jealous of each other's gifts. I don't think there's anything wrong from the kids' perspective, I don't think there's anything wrong with just getting them the exact same thing. If anything, it is like the guarantee that they won't fight over stuff, right? To just be like, you got the same thing. It looks the same. It is the same. I know you'll both like it. Maybe there's an adult in the situation who'd be like, that's a bit lazy, but like, who gives a shit? You know? You had to get 2 gifts, dude. Like, I'm sorry. Kids don't care if they got the same thing. If anything, it's exciting if they got the same thing. Maybe it depends on how old they are, but if they're like around Clark's age, no. I got the opposite advice previously, but it sounds safer to gift the same. I don't know. I don't know how, if it's 2 little kids and they like the same stuff and they are going to be around each other seeing that thing, I just think it's better to get them the same thing, personally. If you want them to be slightly different, you know, if there's like different color options of the thing, fine. There's an old toy, the girls. So my kid and my brother-in-law's kid, they're really close in age. And one Christmas, they both got like weird little electronic dogs, and the 2 dogs look different. The color pattern on the dogs is different. But they make the same noise. They act the same. They look the same, except that it's different colors. So if you know, that's the most difference that I would do. I'm a twin. People used to get us gifts to share. So as long as you don't do that, I think you're fine. Oh no, just one gift for 2 kids. You're like, it's fine. You guys are together all the time anyway, right? It's a Schrodinger's gift. Yeah, I guess so. Hi, Free. Might also depend on when the gifts are being given. Yeah, I sort of assumed they would get them at the same time. But that's true. If like one kid has their birthday and then in a few months the other kid will have their birthday, uh then I don't think that there's anything to worry about then. You could get them totally different stuff and it would be fine. Um It's if they're opening them at the same time and they are drastically different gifts, I feel like that's when it's going to be like, oh, but I really like that thing. Why didn't I get that? That, you know, sort of a thing. How was the barbecue? It rained the whole time. We had looked at the weather, and my mother-in-law was like, it's fine. It's not going to rain until 4 o'clock. And we were like, nice. I ended stream at like, what, 2:30, and it was pouring rain outside, and I was like, nice. And I looked at my phone and all of the texts were from people in the family like, it's pouring outside. And so when I got home, there were 24 people in our house. And Sam was like, oh, you just missed the chaos. Everyone's starting to calm down now. I was like, oh, nice, good timing on my part. Yeah, when I got there, Clark was like, I'm done. I'm actually over it. And was sitting on the couch with a blankie, with all of the great grandmothers around her, which is 2, with the 2 great grandmothers sitting next to her, asking her questions, and she was just happily answering and watching Bluey. So she was doing great. She just like really needed to be away from the kids. So all the little kids were continuing to play. And yeah. The night ended with a very Thorn activity, which was the kids had stopped playing with the like squishy tennis balls. They're like really soft little tennis balls. And so then all of the adults started like covertly trying to chuck them at each other and beam each other in the face. And I was like, I don't want to do that, but I do want to watch that. So I kept like sort of peeking in to see how that was going. There were a few moments where one of them would be like, I really want to throw this, but if I miss, I'll hit my child. And then there would be a pause and then they'd throw it anyway. It was so wild. It was just like quintessential, like we're all trapped in a house. We've come up with an activity now. A very Thorn activity, and in the end the one person who got beamed in the face was one of the great grandmothers, and she was like, how fucking dare you. And everyone was like, all right, we're going home, game's over, game's done, this is a great barbecue, let's leave now. Fortunately, she's a very good sport, so she was like, what the fuck is this? And my coffee is here. One moment. A one shoe. A two shoe. Imagining the slow head turn for real. I'm a nightmare. I'm a nightmare human. Really out here taking advantage of the things that we can order to this house before we're at the farm forever. Okay. I have a little sandwich and a coffee. Yes. Oop, sorry, one sec. Oh, it's like pretty obvious. Hold on. I'll lift it up after I've taken the tag off. I'm paranoid. Where did I order from? This lady. Starbucks isn't like super popular here. It's not that they're hard to find, but they're not super popular, so when we for some reason there's like a nostalgic feeling to getting Starbucks because it feels very American. Does that make sense? Nero, there isn't a ton of, but I have seen Nero. Costa is definitely the thing that is everywhere here. Costa and I don't always get along. It's kind of like if you're in America and you're near a Dutch Brothers coffee is insanely sweet to me. Like every drink that they make at Dutch Brothers is like, what is this made with? Hot chocolate? Like they all taste like hot chocolate. It's wild. So sometimes I'm like, yeah, I could go for a Dutch Brothers. But most of the time I don't really want one. And that's kind of how I feel about Costa, but Costa's everywhere here. It is like the easiest. If you're like, I want to grab a coffee before I go to work or whatever, it is the easiest option. Oh, goodness. They went all out for me. My lactose intolerance is vibrating. Mm-hmm. If I had to do one of those, like, where is this picture taken sort of things, and it was a highway, if I'm able to, like, scooch ahead on the highway, I would look for a service station. I feel like a service station would give it away so quickly. You know? Arnar, thank you so much for the gifted subs. So welcome to the Cat Gang, guys. If you're gifted a sub by Arnar, please say thank you. Yeah, Pret and I don't really get along. Pret à manger. I'll never choose a Pret over anything else. I don't think it's bad. It's just not what I'll choose, you know? One nice thing about Pret is they authorize their staff to give stuff away for free. I didn't know that. That's very cute. The coffee I've really been enjoying, which is definitely just sugar milk, is Jack in the Box caramel coffee. Nice. So we've been having we've had these like issues at the farm with our electricity like blipping. Something keeps tripping the electrics, and it never seems like it's consistent. It's never like the same things are on or anything like that. A couple of times now, we have a litter robot, and a couple times now it's taken me a few tries to get the litter robot to turn back on after one of these blips, which I really hate because that is an expensive machine. So I need to get something to like, I need like a surge protector or something on that. But one of the things that I really wanted to do is buy a shed and have it be like the almost like a property pantry. Does that make sense? We have like our big chest freezer. I was gonna put that out there, and then You know, we can get like bulk supply of things and keep them in there, and then as people need them, they can just grab them, right? And now I'm like, probably shouldn't add another thing that, like, another building that needs electricity. That sounds like a bad idea right now. Oh, fun, Arnar. Thanks for swinging in. I hope you're having a nice time. Oh my god. Speaking of pierogi, I watched a video where someone was like, yeah, I saw my grandma for the first time in a while, and I told her that I hadn't had pierogi in a while, and then it like swaps to her showing the kitchen, and it's just pierogi everywhere, just all over the kitchen. And she jokingly is like, I don't know if this is enough, and her grandma's like, it's okay, I'll make more. And I was like, holy shit, food love, you know. When your love language is just food. We're about to have an insane amount of apples. We have a ton of apple trees on the property. We're about to have like a crazy number of apples. Every day or so, every couple of days, if I see an apple fall, I'll take a bite out of it just to like see how they're tasting, and they are very, very sour. And it's hard to tell if it's because they're not ready yet or because they're just sour apples. I'm starting to think they're probably just sour apples, which is fine, but it means that we'll need to like process them a bit in order to use them, you know? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we can make, you know, a bunch of like pie filling and applesauce and things like that, but just to have them to eat, I don't think they're going to be good for that. Yeah, they're just, it's the difference between like apples that you're meant to cook versus apples that you can just eat. But until you know, it's our first year here, so we don't know until we've experienced having a shit ton of apples. So and my kid, who loves lemons, baited me really hard because she picked up an apple, took a huge bite, and was like, they're pretty good. And I was like, really? Took a bite and immediately spit it out. I was like, girl, what the fuck? Come on now. She was like, yeah, I don't want another bite either. What the hell? Yeah, it's just hard to tell because they're falling. And I think around the time the apples are falling off the tree is normally when the tree is like, they're done, right? I don't know. I grew up with apple trees, but we didn't really use the apples for anything. So, um, so I'm down to leave them on there for a while longer, but you know, if the tree's saying we did it, they're done, then I want to get into a rhythm where, like, yeah, where anytime someone comes into my house, it smells like something's getting processed or made, or, you know, there's just nice food smells. I would prefer that over, like, I watched a video where someone was like, here's how you make your house, like, everything in your house smell like a specific thing. If you want, like, if you want your home to have, like, a smell that you really like, and you just want it everywhere, here are some things that you can do to, like, reinforce that smell. And I was like, I understand that, but also I would just love it if my house always just smelled like food. I've been pickling a lot recently. My house just smells like vinegar. Yo, good vinegar though, delicious. In case you were curious, the sort of stuff that and again, if you're like, I love lavender, I just want my house to have like a light lavender smell everywhere. Sure. The sort of stuff that they were suggesting was like, um, if you use the wool balls, make sure that you're using like putting a couple drops of lavender oil on the wool balls before you put them in the dryer. um and if obviously like candles and stuff, make sure they all smell like lavender. Put like a lavender something in your mop bucket so that your floors smell like lavender. It was like, just reinforce the smell with literally everywhere that you can put that smell. It sounds like it would be so overpowering. My house smells like children in despair. My mother-in-law, after we had cleaned the house, my mother-in-law came in a shock, was like, wow, it smells really good in here. And I know that should have been like, thank you. But my immediate thought was, it doesn't normally smell like this, does it? It normally smells like a 5-year-old is running around doing whatever the fuck. Good to know. Thank you. Almost done with this sandwich. My brother just had his daughter. She's 12 weeks. His house smells like formula and cats. The stage where your kitchen and anywhere near your kitchen smells like formula is so real. Obviously, not everybody winds up swapping to formula at some point or using formula from the get-go. But the formula smell, I will never forget. The second that you were like, his house smells like formula, I smelled it, you know? I like that smell is so hyper specific. Yes, I totally agree. So we have the litter robot now, right? We've had it for a while and it's great. We've had no issues with it. But you're absolutely right. I can tell if for some reason it's not running or it's stuck or whatever, because I'll be able to smell poop. And you can't, if it's a thing that's sifting constantly, you can't smell poop unless either a cat literally just pooped in it or there's something wrong. Yeah. We love our little robot. It's great. I've heel turned yet again into potentially trying to convince my child to switch rooms. I know that I need to just like let it live. I need to just say fine, but but here's the problem. Here's why, okay? And you'll understand why I came into this conversation wise, okay? So, here's the reason. Because I've now like fully just decided that one of the rooms in this house, because originally I was going to work out of the house, right? And then I was like, actually, I don't want to do that. Um, one of the rooms in this house is going to be like a cat / art room. And I'm like, it should be the small room. It should be the small room, dude. It shouldn't be one of the bigger rooms. I don't know. Or maybe it should. I don't know. Sam put a floor. So the floor of Sam's office, he's like fully installed it now, and it looks great. It's like this, I don't know if it's rubber, but it's like a floor that's like really easy to clean, and his chair will be able to roll around really easily on it. Because, you know, he wants like the dogs and the pigs and whatever to be able to come in and hang out, but then it needs to be easier to clean, right? And I was like, holy shit, it would be so cool to get more of that and have that be the floor of like a craft room. And then I was like, or a cat room. And then I was like, wait, or both. Or there's just a cat craft room, right? Okay, we're getting somewhere now. I thought you got her out of the tiny room because it was too cold. No. It's summer, so what leg did I have to stand on? Being like, this room's too cold while we're all sweating to death. And she insisted up and down, like, I love this room. I want this room. And so we were like, okay, she loves that room, I guess. I don't know. It just feels weird to be like, yep, the cats have a bigger room than my child. Yeah, dude, family life gets the best of me is very relatable to many of us in chat. Don't even worry about it. Um, yeah, we bought a farm. And it's been amazing. It's been a whole thing. We're very happy. But it's a lot of work. It's already a lot of work. Yeah. Or you know what? Maybe the biggest room. The really big room that is supposed to be a guest room. Maybe that's where the cats and the craft supplies go. And then it can be like a big proper like craft room. Maybe. Smaller room means less space for the spookies. That's true. Ah. Yeah, but currently the like craft room is the dining room, which is fine. But it does mean that like on days like yesterday, if somebody's, because Sam's got such a fucking huge family, if somebody's like, hey, can we use your house for a thing? Can we use your dining room for a thing? Sam and I look at each other like, fuck. You know? Because yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, if you have a kid or, you know, or whatever, if there's a person in your house that is constantly futzing around with paint, with building stuff, with whatever, why clean it every day? You don't bother. You reach a point where you just don't bother because you're like, we're going to be taking it back out tomorrow. So I'm not going to bother, right? But then that means when you actually need to tidy it all up, it's a nightmare. So if it was in a different place, it might make it easier. I don't know. It's true. It would be mine, but it would also be Clark's. Clark is, you know, doing art every day. Every day, dude. But I also just like the idea of the cats having a space with, you know, all of their stuff in it. I pitched the cloud thing to Sam. I was like, all right, Sam. So I think we might be going for like this kind of a color palette in the kitchen. And he was like, all right, yeah, that would be pretty. And I was like, okay, cool. Also, the ceiling kind of looks like clouds. He was like, sure. I said, so what if in the kitchen we had like a bunch of little things hanging from the ceiling that were actually for the cats? And he was like, so that the cats can sit above our food while we're cooking and dangle hair into the food. I was like, just think about it. It doesn't have to be over the oven or over like the counter, but just like, you know, in different spots on the ceiling. They could like hang out up high and they wouldn't be getting into our shit all the time. And he was like, all right. It's like, honey, you can do whatever you want. I love you very much. I was like, okay. Yeah, that's what I said. I was like, cats want to be up high. If we give them ways to get up high, they'll be so happy. Like, they're just gonna. Watson will just sit up there all day, I bet you. Let the cats get high, bro. Yeah, I'm in this place right now. I need to start making like boards, but I'm not an interior design guy, so I don't really know how to make boards for rooms or anything like that. Um, which is funny because I did set design, so I know how to map out a 2 scale version of a room, but I don't know how to like aesthetically design a room. Does that make sense? So I'm in this place right now where every single room I have a half-baked idea about what I want to do with it. Isn't that Pinterest's whole thing? Well, it's not, I don't think it's quite the same. It's not the same as like overlapping textures and stuff, right? A Pinterest board is like, yeah, I've got a bunch of things that are like the vibe or exactly what I want, and it's all in one area, right? But like to overlap a bunch of things and be able to look at them in the room and be like, yeah, this works, you know? As an interior designer, same. I just throw in things I like. Cool, nice, good. You know what I think I will do is just take like high res pictures of the rooms and then just throw them into like Procreate or something and then just start coloring it. I think that would probably help me a lot. Literally, Heretical Himbo just said that. Yeah, yeah. That's what a lot of people will do. Is they'll take a picture and then lower the opacity and then like draw over it. Yeah, it's when you want a really colorful home, there's a part of your brain, maybe not for everybody, but there's a part of my brain at least that's like, what if that looks terrible? And I really need to just remind myself that I can always paint over it and that paint isn't forever and it doesn't matter. I am. I'm going to Oregon tomorrow. Clarky and I are hopping on a plane. Very excited. I think there's a danger when you're like a somewhat crafty person because if you can't find a thing, there's a toxic part of your brain that's like, you could just make it. I've been looking for, I really want like a soft, like rug or something in the kitchen. And I can't find exactly what I want. And now I'm like, I technically know how to make a rug. Technically. I technically know how to make a rug. Like, I could just make a rug. And then I'm like, no. Don't fucking do that. My mom is like that. She's like, I could make that and then it takes a year to make it. Yeah. But if you know that you can make it and you have trouble finding what it is that you want, it's so hard not to be like, well, I guess I have to make it then. But this is like the less extreme version of my grandpa. My whole family jokes about like how this guy infected all of us. So he was like a hardcore, like dangerous hoarder. So, you know, whenever I get pack ratty, I'm like, it's grandpa. It's grandpa. But also, he was the guy that was like, why would I buy paint when I know how to make paint? He like built his own car. Because he was like, well, I can't afford a car. I'll just build one, and built a car. Like, who the fuck? Who is this man? He infected all of us with stupid shit like that. spec'd too hard into engineering. Yeah. And like he couldn't connect with people to save his life, but he could build anything. Anything. He could just build anything. It was so buck wild. He was a wild person. Who infected him? The Great Depression. At least did some of it. That did some of the infecting. My dad hates throwing stuff away, so he fixes everything. Yeah, I think a lot of us. My brother has a weird thing with boxes. He hates throwing away boxes. I'm like, homie, what? I will throw away a box the second I've opened a thing. You might look at me and be like, keep that box. What if the thing doesn't work? No, the box is already dead. It's gone. And my brother will keep a box for like 2 years. What if it breaks? I need the original box. No, you don't. We're two terrible extremes. There's a normal amount of time to keep a box, but like, again, because I'm so worried about turning into my grandfather, the second I've opened a thing, I'm like, nice, this box dead to me. It's already in the trash. It's gone. Unless I know I'm going to move soon, then I'll keep every box. We were putting things for this move. We were putting things in weird fucking boxes. I also have a thing with nice boxes. No, that's totally true. If something comes in a box that has like a nice like magnet that like attaches stuff like really thick and nice, you know, I'll be like, I could put a craft in this. Which craft? I don't know. There's a joke there. Somebody who's smarter than me could have thought of a really good joke there. I could put a craft in this. Which craft? No, not witchcraft. Like, I don't know. I don't know how it needed to end, but somebody smarter could come up with a good joke there. Mm-hmm. That is a good exception. Sam and I will keep the boxes that our monitors came in. Um, I mean, the hope now is that we won't ever move again. But in the past, it's been like, well, next time we need to like take them to a new place, we have like a really safe padded thing to put our monitors in. So we've always done that. I have all the boxes that my last gen consoles came in. Is that bad? Why are you? It depends on what you're keeping them for. I think at the end of the day, it's what are you keeping it for? If you're keeping them because you like that you have them, like as just like a nostalgia, like it's part of the thing, sort of a vibe, right? Like, sure, keep the box. But if you don't really know why you're keeping it, and if you know that you're never gonna like sell that thing, give that thing away, send that thing back to manufacturer, and you need the box for that, why are you keeping the box? I'm asking this because I have to ask myself this shit all the time. If I like actually focus in on a thing for long enough and go, oh my God, why do I have that? It's a really important question to ask if you are hoardy at all, is to pick up a thing and be like, why do I have this? what do I have this for? I've told this story so many times, I will never forget Sam coming to me when we were in our first, like, no, not our first house together, our second house together. Sam coming to me and going, honey, I need to ask you a question. It's a really important question. I was like, okay. He was like, why do you have so many wig heads? And I was like, he was like, there are no wigs on any of them. You don't keep the wigs on the wig heads. You just have a bag full of wig heads. Why do you have those? And I was like, I bought them when I was in college and I kept them. And he was like, okay, so why do we have them now? There are so many. Why do we have them? And I was like, I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. And it was such a like startling, like, holy shit. I've just been on autopilot keeping these wig heads that I haven't used in years. It's important to ask the question. Why do I have this thing? Are we talking like a dozen? So when I was in college, costume crafts and props were my primary thing in the theater department. My degree's in theater. Are you shocked? And my costuming professor at the time was like, I'm getting rid of some wig heads. And I had gotten really into wigs. I was like learning to make wigs and style wigs and stuff. And so I had quite a few of them at home. And I said, she was getting rid of them. And I was like, how much would you want for these? Because I'll take some of them. And she was like, well, I've got a bag of 20 styrofoam wig heads. And honestly, I was just going to throw them away. So, I don't know, like $5. So I bought them off of her and took them home and straight up had like 20 wig heads for years. And I used to use them for my wigs and for my masks because I made a lot of masks at the time. So they were being used. Hadn't been used in a while though, right? I hadn't made any masks in a long time. Oh, did you see that? Oh, nope. No take twos, only take ones. I did see that. What was it? It was this. I put my hand on this and coffee spit into the air. Mm-hmm. Yes. My dad is very, I have a memory attached to this thing. I try really hard not to be like that because then I would keep everything. I have a really hard time getting rid of cards. And it's been really difficult for me to start recycling cards, birthday cards, Christmas cards. My family didn't give cards very often. Cards weren't like a big thing. So it was never like a big deal to get rid of cards because I rarely got them anyway. Sam's family gives cards for everything, and his family's huge. So anniversaries, birthdays, Christmas, like every possible, Easter, right? Like everything, you get a card. And I had to be like, I can't be this way with cards in this family. I just can't do it. So I've gotten a lot better about getting rid of cards, but I still have kept all of the cards from when we had Clark and her first birthday and stuff. All of the cards that are like, hi Clarky, I'm so excited to meet you, like those sorts of cards, because I just think they're very sweet. And I saw a DIY. We should do this on a study hall sometime, actually. That would be a really good use of a study hall. But I saw a DIY where somebody took a hole puncher and punched holes like in the corners of cards and then turned them into a book. And I was like, that would be very cute to just take all of the cards that are like about that specific thing and turn them into a book and then be like, that's it. You know? Moving across the ocean in just a few suitcases really challenged my perception of what was important to keep. Yeah. We got rid of so much stuff. And occasionally I'll be like, where is that thing? Oh, I think we got rid of it. And it's like, there's a little bit of like, oh, it's too bad we had to get rid of that thing. But also like, it's fine. I'm fine without it, you know? My mom loves making physical photo albums. She loves making scrapbooks. She made a book like about this big. I think we took it to the other house. I hope we did. It's huge, massive book that she worked on for a long time. That's like every little bit of information that she could find about her side of the family. Pictures, newspaper clippings, like everything. And she worked really hard on it, and it's great. And she also made me the recipe book. She made all of us kids recipe books that are like important recipes from the family and like who used to make it and, you know, what sort of occasions they would make it for and stuff like that. She loves making things like that. And I really appreciate physical gifts quite a bit. I don't know if that's because so much of my life is digital now, but like a physical handmade gift is so precious to me. And she loves doing that. So everything that she's made that's like that, I'm like, oh, I love this, you know? Do you keep physical copies of old video games? We still have all of our old NES cartridges, I think. At the farm. Not our farm, my parents' farm. But that's because my dad still uses the Nintendo. The original Nintendo. He still uses it and plays Tetris. So I got rid of a lot of games when we moved. I got rid of tons of games, manga, comics. I got rid of so much stuff. Figures. I gave a lot of figures away. Yeah, a lot of that stuff, it was like, if at some point I'm like, man, I wish I still had that thing, um, then, you know, it's worth, unless, you know, obviously the things that were really expensive, I still kept. But like, you know, all my old, like, Yu Yu Hakusho manga. Recently, I've been like, man, I kind of miss having a manga collection. I miss that, you know? And to me, it's like, well, if I want to spend the money to get that manga again, that's fine because I'm supporting a series that I love. I'm okay with buying it twice, right? That's how I feel about Vinland Saga. I'm slowly getting Vinland Saga again after my car got stolen. I'm slowly getting Vinland Saga again. I'm fine with that. I would love for them to know that, you know, to me, Vinland Saga is great. So I'm fine with buying it twice, you know. But obviously if it was like those fucking, like the thousands of dollars you can spend on the giant hardback Berserk novels, like, no, I'll just take that with me. I'll deal with the weight. It's fine. I have not bought the Berserk novels, but I know people who have, and they're huge and so goddamn expensive. Oh my god. One of my guilty pleasures of videos to watch is people who are setting up their bookshelves with manga. If they're just someone with a gigantic manga collection and they're just filling out a bookshelf, right? Or multiple bookshelves with manga. And my favorite comments on those are people who are like, oh my gosh, that must be like $1,000 worth of manga. And everyone's like, way more than that, dude. Way more than that, dude. We had like spreadsheets of our stuff and how much it would cost to replace versus how big and heavy it was. Oh my God, you guys went hard. Yeah, so at the time, this is what's weird. And one of the reasons that I think it was easy for me to part with the manga that I had. At the time that I started collecting manga, you couldn't get any of it in English. This is another one of those, like, back in my day, we didn't have translated mangoes, you know? So my option was to go to Kinokuniya with my mom, which is a Japanese bookstore, and there's one in Oregon, there's one in Portland. And every now and then I could convince my mom to go to Uwajimaya, which is like a big Japanese grocery store, and Kinokuniya was inside of it. I could convince my mom to go to Kinokuniya with me, and I would spend some of my hard-earned farm money on manga. But it was never in English. It was all in Japanese. And there was a part of me at the time that was like, I'll just learn Japanese. How hard can it be? you know, when you're young and you have the audacity, and sometimes that audacity works out for people, and they're like, and I learned Japanese and now I can read these. And that's not what happened for me. But it did wind up that I had tons of manga, like a lot. I spent so much money on manga, but I couldn't read any of it. And part of me was fine with that. But if I was going to, like, say again, if I was going to get Yu Yu Hakusho again, I would get it in English. And I think at the time, maybe because I was young, but also because it felt a bit more niche to be collecting manga at all. There was a part of me, once stuff started coming out in English, there was a part of me that felt like, yeah, but mine is the original in Japanese, you know? And it's like, right, but you can't read it, dude, you know? And so I'm kind of glad that I've come around now to this point where it's like, just get it in English so that you can actually enjoy it and read it, you know? Or buckle down and learn Japanese, which is way harder. If I want to have a manga collection and I want to be able to read it, then just get it in English. There's nothing, it's not like that weird perception how it used to be of, it's like the sub versus dub thing. Real anime viewers watch subtitled shit. Like, shut up. We're all watching anime. We're all super into cartoons, okay? Like, we don't need to be trying to one-up each other. Who gives a fuck? Let people enjoy things, Like, I don't need to be getting the Japanese manga again to feel like a real manga fan. Like, that's not the vibe anymore, Buy a dubbed manga. Exactly. I'm gonna get me a dubbed manga, okay? Yeah, I remember talking about that with Angie. Angie Viper watches so much anime while she's sewing stuff, right? And she was like, how the fuck am I supposed to enjoy anime subtitled while I'm trying to sew? I can't, is the answer. It has to be dubbed so that I can, like, enjoy it while I'm working, okay? Like, I can't have it on subtitled. I can't be reading shit. Just learn Japanese, shrug. Exactly. No, there are a million reasons to prefer dubbed over subbed. And one of them can literally just be I like the dubbed better than the subbed. You don't have to have like a really exciting reason, you know? Um I will always look. I will always watch Dragon Ball dubbed. Always. Sorry. Some dubs are just really good, okay? Especially now. There are such good dubbed shows now. I my favorite anime, or at least one of them, is Samurai Champloo. And I originally watched Samurai Champloo on Cartoon Network during Adult Swim, and it was dubbed. That was the first time that I saw it, and I was like, I love this. And honestly, I rewatch it fairly often, and it's a toss-up if I'm going to watch it dubbed or subbed, because I think both are good. I just started watching Samurai Champloo yesterday. Enjoy. I love it. But yeah, watch anime how you want, read manga how you want. At the end of the day, we're all enjoying the same thing. There's just this weird, like, infighting that happens in, like, nerd cultures. And I don't know why. I don't know why we have to eat our own. Like, just, like... I find that however I watched it first, except in rare occasions, however I watched it first, I'll have a really hard time listening to it with different voices after that. So, like, Sam and I went to see the My Hero movie when it came out in cinema, and it was in English, and we had never watched the English version before, and we had a really difficult time. We had a really hard time with it, with the English voices. Not because they were bad at all, just because they were so different from the voices we were used to watching My Hero. And I think sometimes people will say, I don't watch the dub because I think the dub voices are bad. But actually what it is I'm used to the voices. I'm used to the Japanese voices. And so the English voices don't sound like that character to me. So I have a hard time watching it. And those are not the same thing. We've talked about that before with Final Fantasy. With Final Fantasy 14, people will show up while I'm playing 14 sometimes and be like, oh, you don't use, this doesn't happen super often, but occasionally be like, oh, I see you use the English voices. I think the Japanese voices are much better. I'm like, that's fine. I think the English voice actors do a fucking awesome job with Final Fantasy 14, to be honest. I'm sure the Japanese voices are great. I'm sure they're fantastic. But I started off with English voices and I've stuck with them and I love them. I think they're great. Also, I think if it's a game you're streaming, if you have an option for English voices, it just makes the stream more like accessible. you know? We always put subtitles on when we can, but like for like audio only people and stuff like that, it just makes it easier to ingest the stream if it's in English, if you're in an English stream already, you know? I have to go do some stuff, but if I come back in 1.5 hours, will we still be live? Yes, we will. Yep. Yeah, dude, I cannot imagine Urianger sounding not sounding the way he does in English. We goof on that man so often. Like, don't take him from me. Are we going to play a game or just chitty chat? I hadn't decided. It's my last stream before we get on the plane, and I don't know how quickly I'll be able to stream after we're in Oregon. So it could just be chatty. We could finish up Viewfinder, but he does a very different way of speaking Japanese, but you don't get the milkshake meme. So one is superior. I know I just said that we shouldn't be comparing them, but one of us gave, you know, one of them gave us a milkshake thing, and that's great. Hold on.
Meet the slash.
No. What? Get out of here. Mm-hmm. 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 Hold on. Ready? I have it. It's all queued up. Here we go.
My milkshake.
That was too loud. Is there a filter on that? There is. I'm so sorry. I hope you didn't die just then. Let's try that again. It scared the shit out of me. It scared the shit out of me too when I saw the thing go completely red. Let's try that again, shall we?
Mine milkshake bringeth all yon gentlefolk to mine yard, and lo, they reply, "'Tis better than thine. Verily, 'tis better than thine. I could apprentice thee, but I wouldst levy a fee."
Verily. You can find that by literally Google searching Urianger's milkshakes. It's good. Common Dodger audio moment for real. The final bite. It's the final bite down. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. His milkshake is better in Japanese. No! And here we are again. I was in the other room and suddenly my milkshakes rumbled from my PC. Yeah, there was a gain filter on there, so everything was screaming loud. I'm very sorry. That wasn't an intentional death. I didn't mean to ruin your day. Have you guys seen this game on itch.io called Rhythm Hell? Someone recommended it to me. I wish I could hear Dodger, but I'm deaf now. No! Boone played it. I think it was so cute. Yeah, you just like press a button to clap with a seal. I don't know. We all need Dodger subtitles now. Good thing we have them! Exclamation point CC. Ah, goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. I committed for as long as I had breath. Yeah, I'm going to Oregon for a couple of weeks. We're still going to stream while we're there. It'll just be, you know, it'll be streaming in the evening Pacific time. So Pacific. West Coast, America, Pacific time. Are you meeting up with some friends? No, because I'm not going to be in California. I'm going to be in Oregon, so we're not in the same place. But, yeah, I'll be streaming in the evening, so there's an 8-hour difference. We're 8 hours ahead of I was about to say America, but it's not America. We're 8 hours ahead of Oregon, I'll say, just to keep it clean. So So, you know, if it's 8 p.m. here, it's 1 o'clock there. Well, if it's 8 p.m. here, it's noon there. I confused myself for a second. But I'll put up a thing in the stream schedule that's like, hey, when streams are happening while I'm in Oregon, they'll happen around this time, and we'll use the time converter so that you have like an idea of what time it'll be and where you are, you know. Beep boop, beep boop. I'm just glad that Discord lets us do that now. Put in the like time conversion code thing. It's great. It's beautiful weather in Portland right now. You're in luck. I'm so glad. Everyone gets very confused because half of the year my parents live in the desert. So everyone keeps going up to Clark and being like, oh my gosh, are you so excited to be where it's like nice and warm and go to the pool? And Clark's like, we're going to a pool? And I'm like, no, we're not going to a pool. Don't say that. Wrong place. We're not going to the desert. Yeah, I was thinking that. I was like, oh my gosh, potentially Sam and I could like play a thing together while I'm gone, if that like works out, which could be cute. Snap, snaps. Ba 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 ba. Snap, snap. Ba 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 ba. Snap, snap. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Snap, snap. I know shipping isn't really appropriate, but I just want you to know I really ship you and Sam. I think it's fine to ship two people that are married, probably. I also ship me and Sam. Wipes tears, wipes tears. You're married to Dodger? What the fuck? That's still such a funny clip. Which means no deadbeats for a while? No, we'll still do deadbeats. I'll just be in a different time zone. What time will deadbeats be happening? On Thursday, it'll be... If it normally happens at 9 p.m., it'll be 1 p.m., 1 in the afternoon on Thursday. I first learned about the word shipping when you were talking about teachers shipping their students, and I was like, where are they shipping them to? Oh, that's good. Yeah, I vaguely remember this. At one point we were talking, I think, about like how weird it would be for a teacher to like want two of their students to like get together. You know? You two would probably make a great kid too. I agree. I would say that we need an updated Clark emote, but I kind of feel like we don't. That's still basically what she looks like. I was gonna say I haven't seen her in a minute. Yeah, well, you know, it's for a few different reasons, but the most obvious reason currently is we don't live in this house anymore, so she's not just like around. Dun, 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 dun. She looks like the baby version of you, like a Muppet Babies style spin-off. There are some times when Clark and I are sitting next to each other and Sam will be like, she looks exactly like you right now. Which is funny because a lot of times when Sam and Clark are together or next to each other, people will be like, oh my gosh, she looks so much like Sam. You know, she's just like one of those like blend children. Now that I'm older, I think I look so much like my mom. I think when people see me and my mom next to each other, they're like, oh my God. But I don't think I always did. I think when I was younger, I looked more like my dad. I think it's funny when parents have one blend style. So they end up having 3 kids that look identical but are all different ages. One blend style is a very funny way to put that. Hi, Brett. How are you, bud? Brett, are we doing Deadbeats this week? Now that we're talking about it, I feel like maybe you said no. Are we skipping this week? I said we weren't? Okay. I thought it got canceled because there was like an event or something happening. And I said, that's fine because I'll be in America. Either way. Okay, there's no Deadbeats. It's because of Baldur's Gate 3. Thank you. I knew it was not just me. I remember this now. Yes. You had said, oh, Baldur's Gate is coming out. I think everybody's going to be playing it. So we'll skip next week. And I was like, that's fine. I'll be in America. So that actually works out well. I can't believe Dodger canceled Boy Day. I know. Jeez. It's so embarrassing. I'll be 3 weeks late to playing Baldur's Gate. Oh, because of your trip. That's okay. Sometimes Larian has kind of like bumpy releases. And this is a big game. So I wouldn't be surprised if there are some kinks that need to get worked out right at the start. So maybe by the time you play, it'll be running like a well-oiled machine. You got a Baldur's Gate party? I don't have a Baldur's Gate party. Octo and I had talked about playing it together, but yeah? You want to play with me and Octo? Nice. Let's do it. I also won't be able to necessarily play it right away, though. Because I'll be in America. So if you're down to wait a little bit, why are we whispering? Why wouldn't we be whispering? Yeah, Brutalist. I already said I would. It's literally, but just so you know, it's literally going to say, I don't know what the fuck is happening yet, but when I do stream, it'll be around this time. That's what I'm going to be posting, at least like for now. So we'll be there 2 weeks. Well, a little less than 2 weeks. Like 12 days. Yeah, we're not talking about milkshakes. When we talk about milkshakes, we scream, but there's no milkshakes to talk about right now, so we whisper. Yeah, it'll be nice to see my family, and hopefully it should be a long enough trip that I can see Thierry, that I can spend a couple days with my sister, you know. So it'll be nice. That was an incomprehensibly dense inside joke. Good. Look, if you weren't here to have the stability of your audio setup tested by Urianger, count yourself lucky. It's good that you don't get that joke, really. As dense as a milkshake, exactly. My setup was fine, but my heart not so much. My ears remember. Oh, Lord. Yeah. Trust broken. Trust destroyed. I'm really excited because I think when I come back, we'll be ready to like start setting up the office. I think everything should be done by the time I get back, which is awesome. So, that'll be super cool. Maybe I'll buy my like my like stream reactive lights and stuff like that. I mentioned it once, but for those of you who weren't here when I was talking about it, what I really want to do is if you've ever seen those DIYs where people take fairy lights and then they use hot glue to like turn the tip of a fairy light into like a mushroom cap. I wanted to like set up on my wood bookshelf that used to be behind me. I want to set up like tiny little like areas all over the bookshelf that are like just like little mossy bits with a couple of mushrooms like poking out, but have all of the mushrooms be stream reactive lights, fairy lights, instead of normal ones. So when like subs and resubs and things happen, they like turn different colors in the background. Wouldn't that be cute? I know. So I was looking it up, and there 100% we should be able to do it. I found like the right program that should work, and I found fairy lights that should work. So I think that would be really cute, and like a subtle fun thing that's still a reaction to what's happening in chat, you know? Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see if we can get that working. I also thought about maybe taking one of the shelves and cutting a big circle and then having like cat shelves leading up to it. So when I have one of the cats in the office with me, they can like climb up and then have like a shelf that has like a little bed and stuff on it. And they can climb in and just lay down. I think that would be really cute. But then the issue is, if it's like Sherlock, he'll be like, I'm not going back out through the hole. He'll just like jump onto my computer from the bookshelf, which is not ideal. As the owner of the CZ Repo is Rat with a Compiler. Yeah, Rat with a Shotgun, I think, is their name on Twitch. So it's just good names all around. I am. I'm going to Oregon. It's where my whole family lives. All of them. So it's the place to be. Craving any US food? Not right now. Not Not currently. I'm just excited because my dad's going to make me spaghetti on my birthday. What food is Oregon known for? Oh gosh. Well, Portland is one of those like a microbrewery on every corner sort of places. I don't know. We make a lot of blackberry stuff because those shits are everywhere. Summer! It's almost your birthday, bud! Summer and I are birthday buddies, in case we don't say that often enough. My birthday? No. Yeah, we're both Leos. If you put any stock into horoscopes, you might be like, both of them are desperate for attention all the time. It tracks. We like the goofs, and we like for other people to hear the goofs, okay? We work hard on our goofs. Can I tell you guys a secret? It's not really a secret, but literally every... I love this because Brett's also in here. Every single time we do Deadbeats, when Brett goes, okay, good session, guys. We'll see you guys next time, and logs out, Summer immediately goes, who was that guy? Every single time. It's like a bit that is just for Summer. Every single time. Yeah. And what I love almost maybe even more is Missy will back you up every single time. Who was that guy? And Missy's like, I don't know. Every time. Missy's right there. I love a good bit that's only for the person doing the bit. Yeah. There's a TikTok trend that's been going on sort of casually for a while now, but it's literally people who are like, here's a list of bits that I do that only me or like one other friend think is funny. And I love that. I think Brett left. I'm safe. Fantastic. He doesn't need to know. He'll never know. The worst part is that I did that in phase 2 as well. What a long bit. What a really long bit. Me too! That's also a bit that I do, is this. When I never wear a watch. I'll go, yeah, we need to leave in like 10 minutes. I check a watch that isn't there all the time. I love doing that. Yeah, it's an easy bit. It's a really easy one. A bit that my mom has been doing since before I could speak is calling Target Target. She'll say, "Should we go to Target?" It's the only way that she'll talk about Target. Stuff like that is also very good. Just deciding a thing is pronounced differently and committing. My mother too. My mom does that. Do they talk? Did they all decide? I can't remember like what the actual point of the video was. Somebody mentioned if somebody says, "Hey, can you get me some water?" and you say no, but you get up to get the water. You just like saying no. Somebody made a video about that from like a psychological perspective of like, there's just something that feels good about being contrary. But like, you do want to be helpful and you still want to do the thing, but you just want to say no. They're like, yeah, that's like a universal thing. People just like doing that, being like, no, of course not, but still does the thing. I feel called out. I won't ever do that with my kid because I think it would be confusing to a 5-year-old to be like, no, and then do it anyway. I think that would be confusing to a little kid. So anytime Clark asks for something, I'll go, of course. If someone calls me, sometimes I'll say no instead of yes. That reminds me of when I was a kid and roll call would happen. Do they still do roll call? Probably. Roll call would happen and everybody was supposed to say here. So, you know, they would say each name and then you'd say here. And at one point, a kid in my class started saying present, like I am present and accounted for. And I was like, oh my God, can we do that? And it turned into like half of us saying here and half of us saying present just because it was still like a polite response, but not the response the teacher wanted. And there was something for some reason in our brains that was like, yeah, take that, teacher. I try not to be sarcastic with kids. Yeah, me neither. Yeah, I don't either we're goofing and we're playing and it's all pretend and it's all a joke. Or we're being earnest and sweet with each other. That's it. Those are the two modes with kids. You know, unless there's a situation, but being respectfully annoying. Yeah. A thing that I keep forgetting that we really need to do is there's a wall in this house that has all of the tick marks for how tall Clark has been since we moved into this house. And she was like, we have to get that into the new house. And I said, that's easy. We'll just buy wood and then put it next to that part of the wall and add the tick marks. And then we can put that thing somewhere in the house and then continue to add to the tick marks, right? And we haven't done it yet. And I'm very nervous that we're going to forget. Oh, my husband is in the army. We move a lot. So we have a little board that travels with us for our kiddo's height. That's so cute. Or photograph it with a yardstick. That's also not a bad idea. No, Sam's already got enough stuff that he's decided he's gonna do while I'm gone. I kept being like, you don't have to, like, we can do some of this stuff when I get back. And, you know, he's saying the really sweet husband things and being like, you do so much. Don't worry about it. I can do this. You don't need to help with that. And I'll be like, okay. It's only 2 weeks. Like, it feels like that was me. It feels like 2 weeks is a long time, but I think you're going to blink and the 2 weeks will be done. No, he's got too much. He's not going to be streaming constantly while I'm gone. There's too much stuff that he actually like has to do while I'm gone. Yeah, he's got piggies and geese. Oh my God. One sec. Yeah, that is fortunate that we'll be gone when Baldur's Gate comes out, to be honest. That's good. Is he still going to the gym? No, he like really hurt himself when he was snowboarding. That injury still hasn't just like gone away. He's finally, the NHS finally pulled through and booked him in for physical therapy. So he's starting physical therapy soon. But yeah, he can't like lift weights or anything. So currently it's just, you know, his workouts are doing stuff at the farm. Yeah, occasionally he'll do a thing and halfway through be like, this was a bad idea. Like, I shouldn't have done this. My neck really hurts. And I'm like, then stop doing it, dude. All right. It really wants to run an ad. So we're going to take a break here. Let's bring up words. You can do some words. Da-da-da. There we go. Okay, we're going to run some ads. I'll be right back. You got 1 minute. We'll do one more level. 1 minute. Nice. Good job, gang. Was that one of the words? Good. That makes total sense. Ah. Sam and I are in a really weird place with 2 shows right now. I think we have 2 episodes left of The Bear and 1 episode left of The Witcher. So tonight we might try to finish both of those. I don't know. He might need to work. I'm not sure. The Bear has such a good season finale. I'm excited. I really liked season 2. No spoilers. I really liked season 2 though. I think you meant to write Bear, but I kind of wish the show was just called Beef. The Beef. In the show, the original place is called Beef. Beef is a Netflix show? Oh, it's a separate show? I've never heard of the show Beef. I thought for sure you were talking about Bear because that's what we had been talking about. It's not food beef. It's like I hate you beef. Ah, okay. Yeah, Good Omens season 2 also came out, and I was like, when am I supposed to watch this? I want to watch this so bad. So, you know, if I thought that my kid could just like occupy herself for a 10-hour flight, I'd be like, yeah, okay, cool. I'll bring some stuff for me to do. Yeah, it literally just came out. I got an alert on my phone because my phone was like, "You've watched Good Omens season 1 10 times, so season 2's out in case you cared." And I was like, "I do care." I like the first season of Good Omens. The second season wasn't bad, but I didn't find it as gripping as the first one. Interesting. Yeah, we did the watch bit. That's what makes the bit even better, is if that's not information you would find on a watch. I didn't finish Sandman. I don't really have much of an inclination to go back and finish it, to be honest. It's not that it was bad. I don't know. I watched like 7 or 8 episodes, I think. Why does the BBC not get to play Good Omens? It was just bought and paid for by Amazon, I'm pretty sure. So that's why it's on Amazon. I now finally have access to Our Flag Means Death as well, and I haven't watched that. Our Flag Means Death feels like it's been put on like such a pedestal that I'm like scared to watch it. Russo Guru, thank you very much for the gifted sub. The thing I liked about Our Flag Means Death is that it ends, and I don't know if there's going to be another season. Oh, it feels like it had like a solid, like, this is the end. I appreciate when things do that. Someone hyped Our Flag Means Death up so much for me, and I didn't like it at all. That's what I'm worried about. So many people have been like, Dodger, I cannot believe you haven't watched Our Flag Means Death yet. And I'm so worried I'm going to watch it and be like, wow, it's okay. You know? I felt like that with Good Omens. It happens. It sucks. This is why when people are like, I think I'm going to wait to play Undertale, or I think I'm going to wait to watch, X, Y, or Z. I'm like, do it. Just wait. And if sometime way in the future you want to watch it or play it, do it then. Because if you try to do it now, after everybody's been like, this is literally the best thing ever, you're just not gonna like it as much. It's weird that our brains do that, but stuff can get hyped up too much for sure. Mm-hmm. I haven't watched Nimona yet, but that's because I'm not because so many people have been like, "Oh my god, Nimona's amazing," but because I adored Nimona. I like read Nimona as it was coming out online, and then bought the book the second that it was published as a book. And now that Nimona is like a thing I could watch, I keep putting it off because I'm like, I'm worried. I'm worried, you know? That's what everyone has said, is that the movie is different from the original story. It's funny when the opposite happens and you end up loving something a majority of people didn't. That happens with games with me sometimes. It'll be a game genre that I'm normally not super into. And people will be like, well, this one's really fun. You should try it. And I go in assuming that, it's going to be cute, but I'm not actually going to like it. And when I actually do like it, Fortnite. Fortnite. Bro, imagine my shock when I played Fortnite and was like, this is fun? It's actually fun? Like, it's actually a fun game? Furious. It's fun? My kid watching Nimona without me. No! I feel bad when I love something and want to bring it up. I'm nervous because I've been the toxic positive friend before. Yeah. I try really hard not to like oversell a thing. I'll like test the waters with a person. I'll try to get it out with a person that like is already also into the thing. When Good Omens first came out, I can't remember why, but for some reason it came up between Brie and I was like, "Did you enjoy Good Omens?" And she was like, "I fucking loved Good Omens." And I got out a lot of that energy just talking to Brie. Because I was like, I have so many thoughts and feelings about Good Omens. And she was like, me too. And we just barfed them at each other, and then I felt better. And it feels like that's a healthier thing to do than go to people and be like, you have to watch Good Omens. If you don't, you're missing out on an incredible show. You know? Yeah. I did that with Summer when Sam and I finished watching Stranger Things. And again, I can't remember why it came up between us, but um, at some point I was like, I have so many thoughts and feelings about Stranger Things. Yeah, the Stranger Things that's out. Yes, finished what is available. Will MangaPod start again, or is that done? We haven't had a conversation that's like, all right, we're not doing MangaPod again. I think we'd all still like to do MangaPod. We just haven't picked it back up. Yeah. Yeah, I'd still like to do MangaPod for sure. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that it sounds like doesn't have like a solid where it's yeah, we want to make another season of this thing, but we're not sure when. I assume that's because of strike stuff, because the writers strike. I assume. It is a murky day. I look outside and it's just murk, 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 dude. Yeah, I was never into Owl House, but I know a lot of people that loved it. Do you want to know a really powerful thing? So this morning, my mother-in-law was like, "Hey, before you guys go on your trip, would Clarky like to come to the cinema? I'm gonna take your nephew, so maybe they could both go, and we could just have like a fun little morning." And Clark was like, "Hell yes!" And I was like, "Oh my gosh, what are you guys gonna see?" And she was like, "I don't know." It's like, what if there's nothing for children playing right now? There was. But I was like, what if there's nothing for children playing? She was like, I'm pretty sure there's a thing. I'll figure it out. It was like, okay. Haunted Mansion is fantastic. What is it? A woman and her son enlist a motley crew of so-called spiritual experts to help rid their home of supernatural squatters. Is it like a haunting comedy movie? It has a 6 out of 10. That means it's great. I've never heard of this. It's based on the Disney ride. Amazing. Is that the one with Jamie Lee Curtis? It says the cast is Jared Leto, Tiffany Haddish, Owen Wilson. Wait. Yeah, Jamie Lee Curtis, Danny DeVito, Dan Levy, Rosario Dawson. What a good cast. I've never even heard of it. I did not know that that movie existed. And Lakeith Stanfield is so good. Amazing. I think it's in the cinema, yeah. goodness. Okay. I assume everything is sorted with that. Just had my phone open, making sure that it's not that I think this stuff's gonna slip by and not get sorted, but like in a situation where like my mother-in-law took the kids to the cinema and then was like, and then she can go play with your nephew for a little bit at his house. And I was like, that's fine. But she and Sam were supposed to like spend some time together today. So can you, whenever you get home, can you kick him and be like, hey, FYI, your kid's at this house, so that he can go get her and they can like spend the rest of the day together. And then Sam texted and was like, what's going on with our kid? And I was like, oh my God. Anyway, it's all sorted. Nice to meet you. I ended up here by accident. I'm loving the stream and the TV show Rex so far. I had never heard of Our Flag Means Death. Well, there you go. Welcome. I'm glad that you're having a good time. It's not his fault. It just means that he was kicked awake with no context about what was going on. So sometimes I get a message that's like, hey, what's going on? And I go, you should call this person or text this person and you guys can figure it out. I'm working, so. I'm very excited about the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles stuff. If only for the fact, like, the art style is great, whatever. If only for the fact that they, like, obviously went out of their way to write them as actual teenagers. I don't think I've ever watched, like, a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles thing where it felt like they were teenagers, you know? They fully feel and sound like teenagers to me in all of the, like, clips and previews. Which I think is fun. They sound really young, you know? What are you most excited to do at home? I haven't been home to the farm in a while. I'm excited to just walk around outside. Because, I've only been able to bring Clark there once, and she was a baby. She doesn't remember it at all. So I'm really excited to, like, have Clark there now that she's 5, to walk her around and be like, I grew up here, you know? Like, that's so fun. So I'm really excited to do that. I'm excited to spend a couple days with my sister and see Teary. I'm hoping to see some friends while I'm out there. We'll see. Yeah. My mom was like, do you want to sleep in a separate room from Clark? And I was like, no, it's fine. We can just share a room. Part of the reason that I said that is because I remember so vividly the first time that Sam slept over at the farm and was freaked the fuck out hearing coyotes at night. I was like, the last thing that I need in the world is my kid waking up in the middle of the night hearing coyotes by herself, right? Like, so didn't y'all go out there last year? I went out to Oregon for my brother's wedding. And I did not go to the farm during that trip, I don't think. Maybe I was there for a day. I don't really remember, but the wedding like wasn't anywhere near the farm. Are you gonna see Jesse? No. Again, all of the streamy friends are in California, which is a different state. Bye, Shaper Mario. Have a good day. Do you actually have to interact with the coyotes? It depends. Sometimes the coyotes are really brave and they come right up to the house, and then you have to do something to scare them. We don't kill the coyotes or anything. We don't hunt them, but we will try to scare them so that they stay away from the house. Most of the time they will. Most of the time they don't come up to the house. Do I have any cool farm stories? The sort of things that I thought were cool when I was growing up were things like my dog Jake, who we had lots of dogs while I was growing up, but like Jake felt fully like my dog, and I still think about Jake all the time. I can't imagine having another dog that I would love the way that I loved Jake, you know? But Jake found a whole litter of kittens and like really carefully like carried them to us, basically like found them just out in the middle of nowhere. That was really sweet. I have like a vivid memory of I used to just go wherever on this property. I used to just start walking. I got lost all the time. But ran into a stag one time, and it just like looked at me, and I just looked at it, and then it walked away. I'll think about that forever, because at the time that thing was like huge compared to me. You know, stuff like that as a kid was like, wow, that's amazing. You know, that's an amazing like experience that you only get if you're living out in the middle of nowhere, you know. If I recall correctly, my dad in the end took them back. So he was basically like, he followed Jake to where the kittens were and put the kittens back, because he was like, their mom is going to come looking for them. We can't take care of them as well as like the mom can. So I think in the end we put them back, but Jake was just so like gentle with these little kittens, and we were like, because he was such a rowdy dog. Who is this small hornless child? Like, what is this? Yeah, Jake was a mutt. He was a border collie and Australian Shepherd primarily. What a sweet dog. Just the best. I remember at one point my mom and dad had talked about getting another dog. They don't want to do that now because They spend half the year in a different place, so it doesn't make any sense for them to have animals again. But yeah, my dad was like, if we were gonna get another dog, I would want another Jake. Like I would want that like kind of mix of dogs again, you know? No, I still haven't watched the Himbo Superman show. I actually forgot about it. There's so many things I need to watch. I learned in the USA you have to pay to adopt animals, and it's not common at all to just bring a stray animal home. It's pretty common. At least among the people I know. It's pretty common to find a stray and be like, well, that's mine now. But I mean, you would take it to a vet and make sure that it doesn't have, you know, a bunch of shit going on with it. But if you go to a shelter, yeah. Um, yeah, you pay a fee to adopt from a shelter. I got Sherlock from a shelter. He was over a year old when I got him. Um, and then Watson was a stray. Watson we found in the bushes, and I brought her to a vet, and they were like, "Yeah, she's got fleas, but it seems like that's it. So we'll get rid of the fleas, and then you can take her home." And I was like, "Cool." And that was that. Yeah, yeah. So if you when you pay a fee at a shelter for an animal, um, typically the animal has already been neutered, uh, and then um, what am I thinking of? Sometimes they'll be like, you know, for this amount of time, uh you know, if something is happening with the cat, you can like come to us and we'll take a look at them for you. Um, in case like, because there are a lot of things like Sherlock wound up with Khaleesi, which is a it's like an immune system sort of uh virus that a lot of shelter cats get. So that was a thing that he like brought home from being at the shelter, right? So in those sorts of situations, sometimes they'll be like, for however long after you've had the animal, if it's obvious that they took something home from the shelter, you can bring them back to us and we'll take a look at them, sort of a thing. It's not a warranty. It's just like, you know, we'll take responsibility if they came to you sick, you know. And normally they'll get their shots and whatever. I'm going to close Urianger's milkshake. It feels like dangerous to still have that open. Yeah, he's a mother of dragons. That's what the virus does to them. It's not worth it, Amarian. I can't kill more chatters. I can't do it. We've been looking at baby chicks because we want to try raising chickens from like BBs. That won't happen until we get back from America, but we want to do that. And it's really interesting, the difference in postings about baby chicks that you can buy. Baby chicks are like dirt cheap, which is great. But I was saying before, like, some people will be like, yeah, they're only a few weeks old, but we already know for sure that they're all girls. And keep in mind, my sister-in-law, animal husbandry is like her whole thing. And she works on farms, and she works for like a major farming company and stuff. So she's like, I don't think they can sex them that early. I don't think they actually know. It's really interesting. Like, are they lying? Yeah, it's super hard. It's super hard to figure out the sex of a baby chick. But the thing is that nobody, well, sometimes you do, but for the most part, nobody wants roosters. So Nancy was saying sometimes people will just say like, yeah, they're all girls, even if they're not. And just be like, and if they're not, you can't bring them back. So no guarantees, but they're probably all girls, I'm pretty sure. Even though they have no way to know that for sure yet because they're still too young. Anywho, I would rather just get chicks that are a little bit older. I'm going to trust Nancy on this because this is her industry. This is like her whole thing. So if Nancy looks at me and is like, 2 weeks is too, like, if someone is trying to sell you a chicken at 2 weeks and says it's 100% a female, don't trust for sure that they know, that they actually know. Just get ones that are a little bit older. The pros can do it with tons of training and experience, but it doesn't take any experience to just say, yeah, sure, they're all chicks. They're all girls. They'll all lay eggs, probably. Not clickbait. Yeah, so we'll see. Da, 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 da. Bum, 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 bum. You know, something that I might do for the flight? Did I tell you guys that Clark really wants to draw comics? She's my child. She was watching a show. I think I did tell you this. She was watching a show, and at the end of the show, during like the ending credits, they would show like comic panels. And so she really wanted to draw. She wanted to draw comics really bad. And so we were like discussing like comics and how they're laid out, and like I was basically saying like, as long as it's a series of pictures that tells some sort of a story in some way or says a specific thing that you want them to say as like a collection of pictures, it's a comic, and to me, right? And so she was like, I want to draw a comic. And part of me thinks it might be really fun for the flight to make, or you can probably find this, to just like find like a layout that's just like a place for a title and then like 4 squares just to make a comic, and then print off like 10 of those and be like, here you go, kid, on this flight, make some comics. You know. I think we all had a comic drawing period. Yeah. Mine, oh my God. I had a, this still feels like a fever dream, but in high school I had a daily comic that I did. I did a daily 4-panel comic, and there were like 10 people that asked to read it every day. So I would finish it and they would read it. One of my friends was like really into it. She like really, really liked it. I don't remember any of the characters or what was going on in them, but I remember exactly what they looked like. No, not in the school. Nope. Just did it for myself. I did the first few just like for fun for myself. And then a couple of my friends read them and they were like, these are really funny. And then I just had like a few people that wanted to read them every day, and it felt very surreal. Anyway, I told Clark that I used to make a little comic, and she was like, what? Show me. And I was like, I don't have it anymore. And she was like, what do you mean you don't have it anymore? To Clark, I think the concept of like having something be a big part of your life and then having no proof of it makes literally no sense, because she's only been alive for 5 years, you know? It's like if I looked at her and said, yeah, my final project when I went to university was masks, and I made 5 really detailed masks. And if she said, awesome, I'd love to see them, where are they? I'd be like, I don't have them anymore. And she'd be like, sounds fake. That doesn't make any sense. Why not? You know, at a certain point, enough stuff has happened that you're like, yeah, that did happen. You're just going to have to trust me. You know, you're going to have to just believe me. The only mask I think that we still have is the one that I made for my mom. I think my mom still has the mask that I made her. My degree's in theater. And when it came time for me to pick like an aspect of theater that I wanted to do, I originally went for acting. I was going for a Bachelor of Fine Arts. I applied for the program. I got in. And at a certain point they were like, when you do a Bachelor of Fine Arts program, you are supposed to pick a focus. So I was like, yeah, I want to do acting. Bachelor of Fine Arts in acting. But I wasn't doing acting. Like I was acting and stuff, but I was also doing lighting and set design, and I did sound design for a show, and I was working in the costume shop, and they were like, this isn't this isn't how this degree is supposed to work. So eventually they sat down with me and they were like, I don't think this is what you want to do, because we would either need for you to like really be focusing on acting in order to complete this degree, or to just pull out and get just a normal theater degree, and then you can do whatever you want. And I was like, cool, I'll do that. So I did that. And I heel turned into mostly doing props, and then sort of swerved into costume crafts. And so costume crafts are basically props that you wear, right? So things like hats, masks, if you need to wear wings, if you need to have like weird, you know, shoes that look like satyr hooves, you know, like all that shit. That's costume crafts. So I did my final project was a bunch of masks, and they were supposed to be masks that like represented like things that were part of my life, like things that were important to me. So I made a mask that represented my mom and one that represented my dad. Yeah, it was a whole thing. There were 5 of them, I think. Yeah, my dad's one was made entirely out of beer cans and cigarettes, because at the time he was going through the process of like being a sober person, and it was really difficult for him as an addict, and so it was like sort of representing that. I made one that was about like kind of like femininity, basically, about like expectations that people put on like, you know, anyone that's assigned female at birth, and like it was all made out of dolls. It was all doll faces that were like cut up and pieced together to make one big face. And I spray painted it black, and it was horrifying, and I loved it. It was so cool. I thought that one was fucking awesome. My mom loves elephants. So the one that was like, you know, about my mom and like kind of peace and calm and things like that, was a leather mask that I made to look like sort of an abstract elephant kind of a thing. Yeah. I definitely have pictures of them somewhere. I don't know where they are anymore, though. It sounds horrifying. I love it. Yeah, it was cool. It was really cool. I really liked that one. Takes a date home, date sees masks. I dated a person who was very scared of masks, and we did not know that until until it was like, would you like to see my apartment? That's if you make masks, it turns out it's a good thing to tell people that you do. Just in case. You never know when someone's going to be like, wow, I'm actually horrified by these. I really hate these. Clark asked for like kind of a weird little plastic mask that was at a store. And I was like, you know what? Sure. And she immediately, if you work with masks at all, you'll also go. She immediately put her fingers through the eyes. And I was like, I don't want to make my child superstitious, so I'm not going to mention it. But I hate that. A lot of people who work with masks and make masks think it is like extremely bad luck to put your fingers through the eye holes of a mask. But she did it immediately, and I was like, I'm not gonna say anything, but that made me whole body cringe. I didn't know that. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah. To stick them in the nose holes. If you make nose holes for a mask, yeah, that would be very good. Do they use masks in Someone mentioned Comedia. Now I'm thinking of Comedia, but that's not. Oh my God. I can't think of the word. Panto. Thank you. Yeah. Do they use masks in Panto stuff? I still have yet to see a Panto show since being here, but it is not a thing in America at all. And it is 100% a thing here. Sometimes, but it's mostly makeup. Interesting. Mostly it's big, big wigs. Great. My Dodger info stops at 2012. Are you not located in the US anymore? No. We moved to England 3 years ago. Let's see, 2012. Oh my God, that's a long time ago. I'm married. I have a 5-year-old. I live in England. We bought a farm. Yeah, a lot's happened in 10 years. Yeah. Thank you. Strippin's a farm boy now? No. He does get roped into helping with shit. No, our current situation was very much like Sam going, I'll live anywhere as long as I have good internet. Because I was like, I really miss living in the country. I grew up on a farm. I would love to raise Clark in like a, more of like a woodland sort of situation. Because I really loved and valued that growing up. And Sam was like, that's fine. If we have good internet, I don't care. And I was like, cool. Neat. So. Yeah, we had to install business internet. We're still in transition with that. This is our old house and we're still working out of it. We have, if you do ! Animals, it lists all of our animals, all of our current ones. Yeah, we've got piggies. They're very cute. They had their first run around with the dogs, which was adorable. They were so happy. Yes, Frank. Frank is a Maine Coon. He belongs to Nancy. He's an outdoor cat. And he and Sherlock hate each other. He'll just sit because my cats are indoor cats, right? So sometimes when we have the windows open, Frank will just like hop into our house and he and Sherlock have a little beat up session and then he runs away. I love him. I love Frank. He's so cute. When we're like outside doing stuff, he just hangs out with us and rubs up against us and stuff. He's great. But Sherlock fucking hates him. The chickens are gone. They got eaten. Yeah. Not by us. Well, one of them got sick. Chickens are very susceptible to getting sick, unfortunately. One of them got sick and died, and the other two got eaten by a fox. Yeah. So we plan on getting more, but Not until we get back from America and can like spend time on them and stuff. What's the difference between a cat and a family cat? It's more like in that command, it implies that all of those animals are just mine or mine and Sam's, which is not the case. Like a lot of those animals are family animals, which we say because our property isn't just us. It's a family property. So it's me, Sam, and Clark. And then in a different house, it is my mother and father-in-law. And in a different living situation is my sister-in-law. All of us live on the same property. So a lot of all of the animals that live outside, we collectively take care of. So the tortoises, the ferrets, the pigs, the goslings, all of that, we all take care of as like a family. Frank, we consider a family cat because he doesn't live in anyone's house. He just does his thing. He just lives on the property and hangs out with all of us, so. I'm sure Sherlock has a valid reason to hate Frank. Frank's another cat. Sherlock's an old man at this point. He doesn't want to deal with other cats. Like he's in his get off my lawn stage of life. And Frank is not even a year old yet, but he's a Maine Coon, so he's already bigger than Sherlock, So, there's very much a look at this fucking whippersnapper that sits outside and goads me, like it's just yeah, he hates him, but what are you gonna do? Whenever they fight, Sherlock wins, so flaunting his youth and freedom. Yeah. Yeah. He's a sweet boy though. He's just gonna get bigger. So eventually, It's like Mabel. Mabel is a mastiff, so she's fucking huge. And she's terrified of the cats. All the cats, every cat, she's terrified of them, and they are mice to her, She's just like at this point, she's just like a sweet old lady dog. Unfortunately, mastiffs don't have like a really long life expectancy, so she's at the point in her life now where she's deteriorating, but she's so sweet. Oh, what a sweet dog. Isn't Sherlock the smaller one in these fights? Yeah, but he's the older one. So Frank is turning 1 year old soon, and Sherlock is what, 14, 15? Sherlock's like, it's been 13 years since I lived on the streets, but I still got it, I have a cat that likes to beat up all the young cats, but now they're all bigger than him. Amazing. Yeah. Nancy and I keep being like, eventually, maybe they'll love each other. You know, maybe one day they'll have an interaction where it's like, can't we stop the fighting? You know, like, surely it's time for us to bury the hatchet, you know? But maybe not. Maybe they'll just never get along. Yeah, I think when school starts up again, it'll be good to have that be part of the morning routine with Clark. Because currently, you know, because it's summer and she doesn't have to get up, which means I don't have to get up. Some mornings, by the time we get up, all the animals have already been woken up and like taken care of, you know. But I think it would be really good if part of her morning routine was getting up and doing the animals while like breakfast is getting sorted. She goes back to school sometime in September. I can't remember exactly when. I'd have to look, but she's got this whole next month, which is why I was very comfy being like, let's just go to America for a couple weeks, kid. And then we're trying to set up a short camping thing with a couple relatives that go camping all the time. And I might try to take her somewhere for like a weekend before school starts. Like somewhere else in Europe. You're saying Teary won't be streaming for a few days? What do you mean? I have no idea what Teary's doing. Yeah, these are all remixes. They're all Pokemon songs. This is Poke Tape 3. It's a Helland album. I think it just came out. Someone was asking me this yesterday. Yeah, Clark's accent is still a mix. English people think she sounds really American. As an American, I think she sounds really English, but there's just specific things that she does that are very American in how she talks, you know, so. I'm gonna have to practice my songs while I'm in Oregon. I just realized, oh my gosh, I just realized Clark's gonna lose it when she realizes that there's like an actual piano at my parents' house. She's like obsessed with pianos right now. Not keyboards, but pianos. She's gonna be so excited. I've lived pretty much my entire life in the UK. My partner of 2 years spent most of their life in the US. And suddenly I'm saying potato chips and trash. The influence attacks my brain. I'll never forget when Sam had been in America for a little bit and we went to visit his family and Sam said trash. His mom was like, what the fuck was that? You mean the rubbish, Sam? It's a strong memory. Who can play the piano at the house? Everyone? Yeah, whoever wants to play. I guess that is a thing sometimes, huh? With like if you have like a grand piano or something, being like, kids aren't allowed to play on this. No, my family is very like, if you want to practice playing on a musical instrument, do it. My dad has like a guitar that is like a special guitar that he doesn't want you just plucking around on. But for the most part, yeah, anybody can play on that stuff. Oh, I see. Sorry, I meant who has the skills, since a lot of your family is musically inclined. My dad can play. My brother is primarily a piano player. So he's the one who used it the most. Clark is really, really into music, and plays on her keyboard all the time. So, yeah, she'll love doing that. I never learned to play piano. I can't play anything. I can like, plink out a song once I figure out where the notes are. That's, No, she's not getting lessons. She came with me to a singing lesson a while back and asked if she could play a song on the piano that they have there. And they said sure, because both she and her husband teach music. And so he like taught her a couple of things on the piano and showed her like the inside and how it looks when like keys are being pressed and stuff. And Clark was just fascinated. And my singing teacher was like, she's obviously very musical. Like if you wanted to get her something to sort of encourage that, I think you should get her a little keyboard, because you can get keyboards that are like full size and you can also get smaller ones. So she was like, she doesn't need a full size keyboard, but like a small, like a shortened one. And then she could just experiment with music, So we got her one. She plays it every day. She has come with me to other singing lessons before. If for whatever reason we don't have childcare, I'll usually just message and be like, hey, I have Clark. Can I bring her? And they'll say sure. And every single time she's like, can I please play on the piano? Please, please, please. And they're always like, of course. So I think she's going to be really excited, because I totally forgot about this too, because it's in the basement. But like, I think she'll be really excited that there's like a full ass like piano in that house. Has she gotten a drum kit? Yeah, actually. I'd like to get her a better drum kit. My sister-in-law, as like kind of a goof, got her a drum kit, but it's like a cheap plastic one, and it started falling apart immediately. And I was like, I honestly don't mind the drumming. For me, it's if sounds are overlapping in a frustrating way, I have trouble with that. But like drums, I don't mind. As long as nothing else is going on, I don't mind if she's just slamming out on the drums. That's fine. So I said to Sam at some point it might be nice to get her a drum kit that doesn't fall apart when you look at it, Drum early, drum often. Dude, I love the drums. If you could instantly be good at any instrument, which instrument would you choose? When I was younger, I really wanted to learn bass guitar. Like really badly. As an adult, if I could just magically know bass guitar, I would love that. I know that there's instruments that like require a bit more like finesse and time and energy to like get really good at them. I'd just like to know how to play bass guitar. I don't know. It reminds me of the Base Off scene in Scott Pilgrim. Oh my god, I haven't watched Scott Pilgrim in forever. No, I think something that like really shocked me recently was I had brought Clark to a lesson, and my teacher was sort of plinking out um, uh, London Bridge. London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down, right? And she was playing it, but she was playing like the chords. And I was like, oh, that's very pretty. And she was like, it is very pretty, isn't it? It's just London Bridge. I was like, oh. And Clark was like, I know that song, and was like singing it. And we went home, and Clark immediately went to the keyboard and was just like pressing random notes, and eventually was like hitting the notes to London Bridge, and was like, what is this? Why does this, like, this sounds like a song. What song is this? And I was like, it's London Bridge. We were literally just doing it at my teacher's house. And she was like, oh yeah, and like figured out the beginning of London Bridge is falling down. I was like, that's very cool. It's not that it's like complex, but it was still really cool that she was like, these notes together sound really familiar. What is that? You know, I just thought that was very cool. It's neat. Yeah. If you feel like your kid really, or a kid in your life is really like drawn to music, giving them something to just experiment on and just having it out all the time. I didn't expect her to like take to it as much as she has, but she plays on it all the time. And now all the kids in the family also have keyboards because when they come over, they also play on the keyboard. And I think have gone home and been like, I want a keyboard really bad, which is cool. So yes, that sounds like Tchaikovsky, is it? She's like, no, it's just London Bridge is falling down. Oh, yes, of course. I was a little hesitant about it because I know so many people who felt like being put into like music lessons really early on sort of took some of the joy out of learning an instrument or learning music, you know? Um so I was like, I really don't want to like put her into like piano lessons early, you know? I talked about it with Kelly because Kelly is like a trained singer, you know. And Summer also. Summer knows a lot about music and trained in music, I think. But Kelly was like being at the very least exposed to music really early and given opportunities to like interact with music really early and learn things about music. It 100% like set me on track to like pursue that. So I was like, okay, so what's like the mid ground there, right? Of like, it's not, you have, you know, you're a tiny thing, but you have to do piano. But also like helping them learn and engage with a musical instrument. And it turns out that at this age, a lot of it is literally just like, the instrument's there. You can play with it if you want. And if they want to, they do. They play with it a lot. A bit out of nowhere, but I wanted to say I really enjoyed the Twilight one shot you were in. Me too. I'm reusing that character in a thing, actually, and I'm really excited about it. I think music lessons early on and all of that is great. The thing that kills it is if the kid says, I don't like it or I don't want to do it, and the parent continues to have them in it. So just listen to the babs. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair. It's hard. Clark is experiencing a thing that I think is very common where a thing that she really enjoys gets hard, right? Ballet. She loves ballet. And occasionally she'll be like, I don't want to do ballet because ballet is starting to get hard for me. It's hard to, like, as a parent, gauge, are you not enjoying this anymore because you don't want to do it? Or are you not enjoying this anymore because you've hit, like, your first, like, difficulty wall? Like, how much do I need to encourage you to, like, stick with it so that you can start enjoying that thing again versus listening to you and being like, she doesn't like it anymore, so we'll stop doing it, you know? I struggle with that a little bit as well. I'm experiencing that right now in college. Like, even adults do that, huh? I wish my parents would have pushed me in certain areas when I gave up as a kid. Yeah. It's hard. I think there's probably a, like, let's do this, let's continue up to this point and then we can talk about it again, sort of a thing, you know? When you like buy a lesson for a thing, a lot of times it's a certain number of weeks. So that sort of will sometimes give you a good gauge of, like, okay, well, we have you locked in for like 3 more weeks here. Let's push through and do 3 more weeks. And then when all of that is done, let's talk about it again and figure out, like, what we want to do. If you want to do something different, that's totally fine. My parents pushed. I had an aunt who always asked, do you still have fun doing it? If so, even if it's hard, it will be fun again. Yeah, that's true. If I told her it just wasn't fun anymore ever, then she would say to talk to my parents. Yeah, I don't know. You just try to do your best, right? You try to do your best. It's hard because a lot of kids don't really know how they feel. So much of parenting is just, like, trying to help your kid, like, figure out how they're feeling, you know? It's very, like, a lot of early childhood development, I feel like, is very, like, name it to tame it, you know? Like, how am I feeling right now? I can address it once I understand what it is that I'm feeling. And so many adults never learn to do that. Like, a bunch of us are still learning to do that with certain types of emotions and feelings, right? Just, like, trying to help your kid figure out what's going on in their brain because they don't have the words to explain it or they haven't felt it in this way before, you know? It's like, when I know my kid likes a certain type of food, but she'll be like, you know, I'll say, oh, I'm going to put some cucumbers on your plate. And she'll go, but I hate cucumbers. Right? And I know that what she actually means is, I don't want cucumbers today. Right? I don't feel like eating cucumbers today. But for her, in the moment, it's like, I hate cucumbers. So that's what I'm going to say out loud. You know, like, it's shit like that. Get your kid a Gundam. Here we go. Here we go. Now we're talking. Let's go. Even sometimes quitting for a bit helps. If she's frustrated and just can't give a clear answer why she wants to quit, you could always take a break and ask if she wants to try again later. That's totally true. That's what we did with ballet, actually. If she was like, I don't want to do ballet anymore. It's too hard. I want to do a different thing. And we were like, okay. And her school was offering like an after school club thing that happened at the same time that ballet did. And a couple weeks into doing that, she was like, I really miss ballet. I want to do ballet again. So yeah, that absolutely also can work. I never did ballet. I did tap and I did jazz. And then when I got older, I did like hip hop and modern dance. I never did ballet. So it's really interesting watching my kid do ballet because I feel like it's like kind of the quintessential first dance experience, you know? My birthday present from my in-laws was like, it's like a, you know, those like buildable rooms, like it comes with lots of tiny pieces and you like build a room. So it's one of those, which I was already excited about. But I guess like as you build it, there are like clues in the room to solve a mystery. What the fuck? I was like, this is so cool. And I'm trying to decide if I want to wait to do it until I get back. Yeah, like a diorama, basically. I'm trying to decide if I want to wait to do it until I get back or if I want to take it with me and do it with my mom. Because I think my mom might have a blast with that. She might just have trouble like seeing the pieces. Sorry, mommy, if she's watching. She might have trouble like parsing out what the pieces are just because of the nearsightedness or the farsightedness. But yeah, I can't remember what it's called, but I'll look when I get home. Yeah, it was very cool. Yeah. I'm working on a witch apothecary diorama right now, and I finished a greenhouse one a few months ago. They're so cute. I love that. I've watched people make them in videos before, but I've never made one myself. So I'm very excited. I was forget you're not streaming at the new house. I got super used to you streaming at home. I know. Speaking of moms, I got mine Myrtle and she loves it. I'm so excited for my mom to have Myrtle. I think she's going to enjoy it a lot. Clark's been seeing an ad for a Lego pirate ship. It's apparently popping up all the time because she mentions it constantly. I don't know what age those are for, but I've gotten to the point now where I'm like, sure, we'll get a Lego pirate ship to do. That sounds fun. But I'm worried it's going to be too complex and I'm mostly going to be the one doing it, which is fine because I love Lego, but no one can resist the Lego pirate ship, dude. My kid doesn't have a good concept of like how much Lego is out there. because we want, like, I saw this commercial, right? And she was like, that's it. That's the Lego pirate ship. I want it. And I was like, okay. Sure. But there's 3 of them. And she was like, we should get all 3. I was like, well, Lego stuff tends to be pretty expensive. And she was like, but there's only 3 of them. I was like, well, there's only 3 pirate ships. But like, remember, like months ago, we were seeing ads all the time for the Mario Lego stuff. Like, there's lots of Lego things out there. And she was like how many? And I immediately went online to show her some of the people who do Lego builds as like their whole thing. And I was like, these people are able to straight up have entire basements filled with Lego because of how much Lego stuff is out there. And she was like, what? It blew her mind. Do you want 3 Lego pirate ships or a house? Because we can't afford both. Yeah. So many. We got her at the store. They had like little boxes to go with the Lego pirate, not Lego pirate, the Lego Mario stuff. Where there were just like tiny ones that were like, it's one character with like a few things that you put together with that character, right? So we got one of those and she loved that. So I would prefer, for now at least, to get her sets that are just like, it's small, it's a tiny thing. Like it's a thing with like 20 pieces tops and that's it, you know. I haven't seen the Lego art line. The ones that I have been seeing recently that I think are super cute are the Lego flower collection. Or you just make a bouquet of flowers out of Lego. Super cute. So some people are doing like cute little house parties where they invite a bunch of people over and everyone just makes flowers. People have been getting married with them. That's so cute. I love the Lego flowers, but the art line gives you like 3 big panels that you mount to the wall. And then it gives you stuff to make a certain image. That's so cute. My friends have the Lego flowers. They look pretty classy in a vase. Maybe I'll get the Lego flowers and Clark and my mom and I can do them together. That might be really cute. One of those bouquets uses little frogs as petals. Stop it. Okay, hold on. Lego flowers. They're so pretty, dude. Lego Botanical Collection is what it's called. The wildflower bouquet. Home decor? Is that where the flowers are? It is, yep. Oh my god, they're expensive. They're so expensive, but they're so pretty. Isn't there one that's sunflowers? I thought there's a sunflowers one. Lego sunflowers. There they are! The sunflowers are way more affordable. They're out of stock. That's why they're not showing up, dude. I would love to have the Rivendell set, but it's so expensive. Where would I put it? Fair. I sent the little frogs in DMs. Oh my god. Show me. Oh, they're so cute. Is that for EU? I can put the sunflower Lego in my cart. I don't know. I'm just on the Lego website. Maybe they're available in some places. There are sets that are not Lego. There are companies that make the same idea, but it's not Lego. It's a different company. There's a company called JM Bricklayer that makes one that's all succulents, and that's very cute. So there's other options. Oh no. Oh, there's little links. Okay, I have to close this. Bye, Snookaroo. Lego sets, like just boxes of tons of Lego, honestly, is like more affordable than a Lego set, right? So like big Lego set boxes with a bunch of pieces have always been pretty expensive, I feel like. Because even when I was a kid, I loved Lego, but we couldn't afford to like get me like a set, like a Lego set very often, you know? Lego bricks are intensely engineered. The little click noise is actually copywritten. What? And they're also carbon neutral now. I didn't know that. The patent for like the shape of them though is up, right? Like that's why other people are able to make different like Lego sets. That's what my dad did when I was a child. He would just get me basically a bucket worth of random Lego pieces. Yeah, dude. It's good. Clark watched a video where they took like little tiny pieces of wood and made like a huge tower and then knocked it down. She was fascinated. She like watched these humans take forever building a tower and then watched them knock the whole thing down. And I was like, did they knock it down on purpose? She was like, yep. Because I showed up when it was falling. And I was like, oh no, it's falling. And she was like, they wanted it to fall. It's fine. It's like, okay. My dad's a Lego nut. Whenever they go to Disney, they go to the Lego store. They have a thing where you can buy specific types of bricks. This man just buys big boxes of the pieces he loses the most there. There's like a Lego land, like a Lego like place to take kids to out here, and we haven't gone, but I want to go really bad. Has she played Jenga? Yes. We have like a little kid version of Jenga, which is literally Jenga, except the pieces all have animal faces on them. Nope, not today. Okay, we're gonna go for half an hour longer, and then I'm gonna take off. I gotta run by the pet store and get a bunch of litter and stuff so that Sam's all set up to take care of the animals while I'm gone. Capla. I've never seen these before. I've never seen Capla before. My childhood, I'm looking them up right now. Yeah, you can still get them. My childhood is Lincoln Logs. If anybody had Lincoln Logs, they were there. It's literally just like, do you want to make a bunch of stuff that looks like cabins in the woods? Lincoln Logs. My brother had a huge Lincoln Log set that got then passed down to me, and I was obsessed with it. I loved it. Yeah, I would just make a bunch of little Lincoln Log houses and then take little toys and be like, it's your house. Enjoy. Have you found that your cats have gotten pickier with litter as they age? The minute my elderly boy hit 15, he decided he hated almost all litter. Funny enough, plain potting soil was the only thing he ended up being chill with. What? No, we haven't had an issue with that, but we do have a litter robot now. The one who started having like pee issues actually was Watson, the younger one. Since they both got used to and used the litter robot, we've had no issues at all. But obviously that's a very expensive fix. But she's happy as long as the litter is sifted. Yeah, if you literally just look up litter robot, that's exactly what it's called. They look like little Saiyan spaceships from Dragon Ball. What did you use to get the cat pee out of stuff? So the couch that Watson started peeing on, we never got that smell out, no matter what I used. So we got rid of the couch, which sucks. But if it smells like a thing that they've peed on, they'll just keep trying to pee on it is the issue, right? So in the end, I gave up and we got rid of it. which really sucks. It's really frustrating. But like clothes, she has peed on clothes before, only a handful of times. We were able to get the smell out by hot washing it, like as hot as possible. And then line drying it outside in the sun. The sun kills a lot of smells. So, yeah, she like straight up peed on like one of Sam's nice sweaters and you can't smell it at all anymore. The sun is a deadly laser. The sun is really useful for getting weird smells out. Yeah, it's amazing. It's not 100%, but if you can get to it quickly, yeah, wash it as hot as you possibly can. And then line dry it and see how that goes. It can, yeah. I cried over that couch a couple of times because we would get to this point where we were like, okay, no one's peeing on the couch, right? Like we've cleaned the shit out of it. You can still kind of smell it, but she hasn't peed on the couch in a couple days. They're using the litter box. I think we're fine. And then like another day would go by and she would have peed on it again. I just couldn't. That couch became a pee spot for her. And if I came in and there was pee on the couch, I got to a point where I would just cry because I was so frustrated with it. And one day Sam came home and I had chucked because the couch was modular, I had chucked most of the pieces outside. And he was like, did you just move a bunch of couch pieces outside by yourself? I was like, yep, that's how much I hate this. That's how much this makes me want to just barf. I hate it so much. We have a carpet that's been stored away for months, hoping to lay it out once again. There are a couple. There's carpet on the stairs in this new house, and I really want to rip it out. I actually really like carpet. I'm a big fan of carpet. But I've come around to, instead of just having carpet laid on the whole thing, to have like a carpet strip that can be removed and stuff if necessary. It's just when you have a bunch of animals and so many kids around, it's, oh my God. Yeah, rugs are the way to go. I've realized rugs are definitely the way to go if you want like a house that actually feels clean. I love carpet. But after like all the flea problems years ago and stuff, like the second that we have any kind of an issue, my brain immediately goes, I don't know what's infested, right? Like if there's a bug thing, if there's a pee thing, like, and it happened on this carpet, I'm fucked, right? What am I supposed to do? It's attached to the floor, right? Like it just stresses me out. Carpet stresses me out a lot now. So I'm probably slowly gonna take carpets out of some of these rooms. I'm too neurotic. I have some OCD I'm working through in therapy. We bought our new house with one parameter, no carpet. Yeah. I grew up in a house with carpet everywhere. And my mom is asthmatic. She's allergic to everything and has asthma. And now that I'm older, I'm like, how was she living in that house without us vacuuming constantly? Like, we did not vacuum that house nearly enough for how bad her allergies are. If a room gets turned into a cat slash craft room, that's why I was saying there's a floor that Sam put into his office that is, I think rubber. I think it's all rubber based. And he's laid that all out now. But it's specifically meant to be like, you can clean this super easily, sort of a thing. And I was like, if there was a room that we were like, this is a cat/craft room, that's the floor I would want, you know? I worked on a lady's house that had carpet in the kitchen. Sam and I went and looked at a couple of different houses that both had carpet in the bathroom. Barf. Barf. Immediate barf. Like, what? Why is it in the bathroom? Barf. That used to be a thing in the UK. Nobody understands why. Yeah. Why would you put carpet in the bathroom? Carpet in the bathroom. It's a huge red flag. You gotta wipe your butt on something? Don't do this. Mm-mm. Yeah. So I think probably one of the things I would love to do after we get back is rip the carpet off of the steps. Carpet off of the steps on the landing. And then there's 1, 2, 3 rooms that have carpet on the floor. Clark's bedroom is not one of them, but her floor is still nasty. And I don't know what to do about that because she lives in there. So... Is a bathroom rug equally as bad? If it's a rug that can be washed. So, like, my parents had, you know, one of those little like rug things that you put under the toilet. And one that was where the sink was, and one that was, like, for when you got out of the shower. And my mom washed those constantly. They got washed all the time. You can wash those, right? But, like, you carpeted the bathroom. Someone pees on that. It's not like you can see it. How are you washing that? Who's washing that? How often are you washing that? You know? Just a little piddle. I guess you're going to live with a piddle. That's there forever. You know? No thanks. It adds character. Currently, because of the mite situation, because of the scabies thing, everything in our house is getting hot washed. Like, every time we do laundry, it's hot wash laundry. But normally I have a pile that's like, this shit needs to be hot washed, and then everything else gets cold washed. But if it's nasty, how hot does my washer get? How hot does it get? As hot as possible. Burn that shit. Yeah, the pigs had mange, which if pigs give mange to you, it's scabies. So in humans, it's scabies. So the pigs have been fully treated for mange now. So they're dealing with the last of that, but they are treated. Whether it's all in my head or not, I'm still very itchy, and so I'm gonna reapply scabies medicine because I don't believe deep in my heart that mine is gone. But my mother-in-law is not itchy at all anymore. She's convinced that theirs is all gone. Clark is not itchy at all. Sam is still super itchy, but his was the worst out of any of us, and the itching stays around for a while. So I'm getting on a plane tomorrow, so I'm reapplying the medication tonight and changing all of our sheets and everything and doing that whole thing because I don't want to bring mites to my parents, even if they're not actually there, even if it's all in my head. The pigs are in the command, yeah. It says a family cat, 2 piggies, 2 goslings, etc. My brain ignored piggies for pigs. No, that's totally normal. I totally get it. What are the tortoises' names? Stanley and Sullivan. So Stan and Sully. Sullivan is the one that we took to school for show and tell. Strong tortoise names. Yeah. The person who asked what type of tortoises they are, I have no idea. They're Nancy's. I help take care of them, but at the end of the day, they're Nancy's pets. First time catching a stream in a long time. Nice to see everyone. Hello, welcome. I'm heading out in like 15 minutes, but I'm glad you could join us for at least part of it. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, goslings is what you call baby geeses. My mother-in-law is convinced that Crumpet is a gander, is like a male goose. I don't think we have any proof of that one way or the other. They're the exact same size. It's just Crumpet is like more dominant, just has more of a leader personality, you know? But I say this all the time. I did not expect... Crumble. Yes, Crumble. Sorry. I did not expect to love the geese as much as I do. I adore them. I love watching them. I love watching them just paddle around in their little kiddie pool. I love listening to them. I love watching them walk around. They are so cute. I love them. My mother-in-law also loves them, but she hates poop, like animal poop, and the geese just walk around pooping all day. So every single time she comes out of her house, she's like, poop, goose poop, and she like sprays everything with water, which is fair. Yeah, they're very socialized. They love us. They follow us around everywhere. They hang out with us while we do things. It's very cute. I love them. I spent like an hour and a half outside. Everybody else had left. Nancy built these geese like a nice big goose house. And then went camping and was like, they need to sleep in the new goose house now. And I was like, okay. And my in-laws were like, you're going to be the only one home. Do you think you can get the geese in? I was like, sure. Yeah, why not? I could not get the geese in. I led them all the way to the house, and then they just would not go in. And I was trying everything to get them to go in. They wouldn't go in there. Eventually it was too dark and they were scared, so they wouldn't follow me out to the goose house anymore. They just stayed where it was light. And so I messaged my in-laws and I was like, I'm going to have to wait until you get home. I've been out here trying to get these fucking geese in the house for so long. So here's where it gets annoying, right? Sam, the next night, was like, I'm going to put all the animals to bed. And I was like, good luck with the geese. And he was out there for maybe 10 minutes and came in and was like, okay, they're all in bed. And I was like, how did you get the geese in the house? How did you get the geese in the house? He was like, I just picked them up and put them in there. I was like, I hate this. I'm so mad. I was out there for so long and I could not get the fucking geese in that house. And he was like, I just picked them up. He was like, what I did is I led them to the house and then I put my arms out like this so they didn't really have anywhere to go. And then I just picked them up one at a time and put them in there. And I was like, so what you're saying is my arms are literally not long enough to do your technique and I'll never get these fucking geese in the house. He was like, yeah, it was very what, like it's hard sort of energy. Like, yeah, of course I got the geese in the house. Why? Were you having a problem with that? Yes, Sam, I was having a problem with that, actually. I had a really bad time trying to do that, actually. Oh, well. Yeah. So far, my mother-in-law and Sam have gotten these geese in the house, no problem. And I'm the only one that was out there like, come on, get in the house. Come on. Yeah, our geese are super sweet. They eat out of our hands. They follow us around. But again, they've been around people since literally the second they were hatched. But Crumble, again, is now becoming the more dominant one. And geese, at the end of the day, are mean. They can be mean. So the dogs have gotten a bit too up in their face before, and Crumble's just pecked them. And then they run away. I'm like, nice. Good. Yeah. She's like, get the fuck away from me. This dog audacity needs to stop. You can do exclamation point animals, I think, to see all the animals listed out. Some of the animals, it doesn't list how many there are. I could go in there and change that, but I haven't bothered. There's 3 dogs, 2 tortoises, 1 Sam, and 4 ferrets. I showed a little video of the goslings when we first got them, but they look completely different now. No, I don't stream the animals because we're very paranoid about filming or streaming outside. Because people have found us really easily before. So we don't want to fuck up with this new house. Yeah, I have 2 Sams. One is my husband and one is only 5, but she's getting there. Will your cats be in the stream when you start working from the farm? So I'm not going to be streaming from the house, but I don't see a reason not to just take the cats to my office sometimes and just have them hanging out in the room with me while I work. So... yeah, it's us, and then my in-laws live in a separate place, and my sister-in-law lives in a separate place. And it's all on the same farm. What type of games do I play? I'll play whatever. I prefer like puzzle games, mystery games. I don't know, interesting story-based games. I don't play a lot of like shooters. International moving twice. Who, me? I'm not. Moved to England. I'm done for a while. My favorite game that I've played on stream recently, probably Ghost Trick. That was great. What a good game. I will recommend that game to everyone now. I know. I can't wait for Stray Gods to come out. What a good game. Dinkum might be my game of the year so far. It's so fun. I keep seeing people talk about Dinkum. How do you feel about the format changes after the last couple of weeks? Good. I feel like it's been good. I think everyone's appreciated sort of backtracking, like going back to doing playthroughs of games. Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood also got a release date of August 16th. Nice. I wonder how long that game's going to be. I'm very curious about that game as well. All right, let's start wrapping up, gang. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I'm going to be on a plane tomorrow, so I won't be around for a couple of days. But I do plan to stream while I'm in Oregon, so I'll let you guys know when that's going to be happening. We've got a few Valentines. Brandling said, movies are cool, almost as cool as supporting actors and writers. Referencing the strike, indeed. Tolosi said, this Valentine is for my sister, an active VOD viewer. What's up? Who moved to a new city yesterday and is starting her new job today as a nurse at a children's hospital. Oh my goodness, I miss her a lot already. Oh, big hugs to your sister. And Sir William said, hello, loves. It's been a very long time since I've been able to watch a stream. Boy, have I missed it. I feel like I've done a lot of growing, and it's really nice to see that this spot on the internet is still there for me. I love it here, and I'm so glad I could spend just a little bit here again. Big hugs, guys. Good Valentines today. We're going to open up Raid Leader in case anybody wants to snag it. And then Spats rated us at the start. I mentioned it in chat, but I forgot to say it once we were actually live. Thank you so much for the raid, Spatula. If any of you guys stuck around after that raid, I appreciate it.
Nachos, thank you for the 62 months. Simeon Wizard for the 53. Natural One for the 45. Store Scarf for the 31. Arnar for the gifted subs. Thank you again, bud. Maggie Pow Pow for the 51. Arnar for the 92. Jenny Rock for the 7. Assert FX for the 111 months. Goodness gracious. Thank you so much. Oroberon, thank you for the 71. Brett for the 37. Killix for the 82. Alicia for the 3. Major for the 71. Rusaguru for the gifted subs. Stressed Lemon Zest for the 41. Frank Mall for the 65. Southern Vices for the 6 years. Oh my goodness. 6 years. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Happy anniversary. I appreciate the support. Forecast Gray for the 3 years. Thank you. Thank you. Happy anniversary. Thanks so much, guys. Teviston for the 77. Saxaz for the 19. Iris Laughter for the 71. Cornbread Kent for the 30. Kai Kendo for the 31. Or 33, sorry. And Arnar for more gifted subs at the end here. Thank you so much, Arnar. I hope you're having a good trip. Welcome to the Cat Gang. Everyone that was gifted a sub, make sure that you take the time to say thank you. Mystical Yuki is doing a subathon right now. Let's see. Uncapped subathon. Fantastic. Go say hi. Spread love, spread joy. I'm gonna go do everything else I gotta do before I get on this plane. So wish me luck. I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your day. Take care, and I'll see you when I see ya. Okay? Bye-bye.